And hello again, boys and girls. Welcome back to the channel. And it's, of course, a lovely Friday, so we're all looking forward to the weekend. And I myself have binged some KFC, and now I am in the process of chilling. So the main effort today will hopefully to get out the rest of the Ultimate General Civil War game, get it done out of the way, because I do realise that the new Company of Heroes will be coming out this month. Now I will be away for the start of February, at the end of February all the way to March, so I won't be able to play it straight away. Maybe I'll be able to do some recording of it, but that will be the main game to move on to after this. Until then, we'll probably be playing bits and bobs, maybe doing the odd short video of, say, tank controlling and Hell Let Loose and so on and so forth, but that is for another time. Anyway, we are been continuing our campaign, and we had just finished the painful battle of Chickamauga, which I hated every second of it. I hate Chickamauga. It is an awful, nightmarish level, but we are able to maintain our army size, so that is good enough for me. As long as we keep maintaining our troop sizes, we should be still pretty good. Anyway, we've got a couple of skirmishes or smaller battles to do before we move on to the Battle of Cold Harbor. So we should hopefully get on with that. But as you can see, the Union Army is beginning to dwarf us, and there's not much we can do about it. All we can really do is aim to sort of win via tactical victories or getting the command points and winning that way. Anyway, we will move on now to Laurel Hill, so the 10th of May 1864. After the bloody battle of the Wilderness, the Federal Army disengaged and moved south. All available Confederate forces in Virginia have begun fortifying the critical crossroads of Spotsylvania Courthouse in order to halt the Yankee advance further south towards our capital. At dawn on May the 8th, the Federal 5th Corps is moving against our defences on the left flank. It seems that the Federals have planned to break through our line at Laurel Hill, which is guarded only by General Anderson's regiment. So if we win, we get 12,700 troops, and of course, if we lose, we pretty much lose the war, and if we get a draw, we're pretty much dangerously close to losing as well. Now, I think we'll be fine. My army's still in pretty good shape. It's going to be mostly a defensive level, so with my defensive corps, my best corps, we'll send them in to protect our lines and prevent the advance. So it seems the Federal attack has started. The artillery is trying to soften our trenches, and the infantry is expected to come in sight at any moment. General Anderson's men are dug into strongly fortified positions, but they're heavily outnumbered. Oh, don't worry about it, Tom. I think Hoi 4 is not too demanding on the systems. I think you should be alright on Hoi 4, but you'd have to check on the specs for onto Steam. But I'd recommend it, even if you run it slowly, if you can get it. If you can't, it's not the end of the world. But the good thing about Steam is that you can always wait until you get a better machine before you, and the game will still be there. But I'd recommend it. I just haven't been playing Hoi 4 for a while because there's been no new DLCs, and I'm getting pretty bored of playing the same nations over and over. Oh, in which case, if you have an Intel core, there's no hope for you. There's literally no hope, so don't get it. If you've got an integrated graphics card, you are doomed. I cannot let the enemy break through our defensive lines. More troops from the centre and the right flank are on their way and will soon be under your command. So to win, we need to hold Allsop's Field, hold Houston's Ford, and hold Laurel Hill. You can see we hold Laurel Hill, and we already hold Houston's Ford. So I think all we have to do is maintain our positions. Now immediately bin the cavalry, get another infantry squad or infantry brigade, and see where we want to put our troops. So if we take a look, the centre, it doesn't look too bad, and our northern flank doesn't look too bad as well. We may have to put one troop on the north, and we may have to put some troops in the south as well, into the woods. I think I'm going to move a cannon over there as well. So we're going to move a cannon there, and our ammunition will move in the north to support our ammunition in the centre. Actually, it looks like these guys will get supplied anyway, so we'll move our supplies down to the south. Anyway, quickly run over here as well. Move the cannons down here. Move these guys up north. Oh. and move our 2nd Reserve Corps over here as well. Our supply lines will move to the south. I think that will be enough. I think 2 is enough, so we'll move Jackson down to the south as well. But this shouldn't be too bad a battle. It's just a nice defensive one. I think we'll be fine. We've got Anderson up here, so we'll move Anderson down here, and we'll move General Mild Lee down to the south. Maybe they'll try a flanking action in a further southern point, but I doubt it. Put our troops behind the hill cover. 2nd Thought will send our troops over here, because already they're sending hordes of troops to stop us, and they are already attempting to charge the positions. With their massive amounts of troops. Oh, you get a new machine in March? That'll be cool. That'll work probably. That'll probably work, Tom. Just waiting for new DLCs for that game. But there's a couple of games coming out soon with such as the DLC for what do you call it? Grand Tactician, and of course there's DLCs coming out for some other games which I'm looking at. But I think Company Heroes 3 will be the next thing on the agenda. Oh, cool! You made an advertisement for Lego. Wow, that's impressive. That I like that. The fact you can make an advertisement and you've got cash from it as well. That's really good. Oh, I may have to move more troops to the north. Bruh. Depending on how that works. See, I bought myself that quest, but I haven't really played it for anything because I don't think my machine's really worth it, and it just gives you a bit of a headache in that. I think VR is a bit of a meme unless you're playing sort of piloting games and stuff like that. There's not a lot on consoles right now. It seems like a very slow period for video games at the moment. I'm just glad they're not charging the positions, apart from over here. That should be a route. Oh, cool! You got a lot going on this year. Got a lot of stuff on the agenda. For me, it's just work stuff. So I've got a couple of courses I've got to go on, and just ticking on, just trying to save cash, and just generally just keeping my head below the parapet until things improve, or seeing what games come out and that sort of thing. I'm pretty steady at the moment. But the thing is, a lot of people feel like they change for change's sake, where it's a bad idea to change for change's sake. So I always try and what I always try and do is, when you're onto a good thing, don't try and change it. The Union Army is pushing heavily in the south. And they have to start redirecting troops down to the south as well. Yeah, a lot going on. Yeah, yeah. Until I say something naughty on YouTube and get me banned or what do you call it, shadowed bound by the algorithm. Yeah, probably. That's probably the main. That's the plan. The plan is to sell out. Operation sell out. That's a go. Make really low quality bait videos. This is how to win every multiplayer game in Hoi 4, and it's just a really garbage meme. Oh, I got more reinforcements. These guys are going to move north. These guys are going to move down to this sector. And these guys are going to move down to this sector because there's an awful lot of troops moving down in the south, which I need to deal with. And the cannons, of course, are going to move down to the south as well. Yep. To form my defensive line in the south. Now I can put troops back onto this line. They're really pushing down here. I'm tempted to deviate reinforcements. Down to the south. The south must be preserved. Wow, a lot of troops need to go down to the south. The hordes of Union troops are excessive. I'm even tempted to bring even more troops down here. Hold! The cannons are almost here. And the cavalry decided to literally run into... Wow. Wow. This is why I don't like cavalry. Because if you're not babysitting them, this happens. What's that, a couple hundred troops wiped out? The cavalry's pretty much useless to me now. No, don't run into the enemy. Now I'm going to move these troops back up. Let's move these guys here, move these guys here. Cavalry, run to that corner on the map. Once the initial charges are dealt with, we should be fine. I mean, our cannons are now in a good spot. They'll be able to just bring volley upon the enemy. still pretty workable. This is just a slaughter now. Jackson, hold! See, I only played Minecraft back when I was like 12, and so I can't. So when I played it, they still had the free browser version where you had like zombie hunt and all that sort of stuff. So it's probably just gone leaps and bounds since the last time I played it. I suspect there's loads of new content. But I think the guy who made that like he's a billionaire now. You know, well, not a billionaire, but he's very wealthy because he sold it, didn't he? Don't know who he sold it to, but he made a ton of money. So many enemy cannons. Need to move ammo down here now. Just hell. But I'm aware that I can't keep troops over here any longer. Keep trying to break holes in my line. Reinforcements, reinforcements. Run these bad boys. Actually, run these bad boys here. And then run these bad boys here. And run this bad boy up here. And that should solidify the front. Quite the battle. Starting to see the Union numerical advantage now. The Union slaughter. Interesting how this battle doesn't lag, but Antietam does. I mean, the amount of losses. It's pretty insane. Attack if practicable. General, men are struggling bravely to hold a Federal attack on the left flank, but it's not enough. The Federals have far more resources and will keep attacking. We are to counterattack the Federals in the entrenched line. And capture Union HQ at Allsops Field. Do I have to take Allsops Field? No. So at least hold Laurel Hill and at least hold Harrison's Woods. Both of which are held, so I have no interest in pushing that. I'm going to tell Jackson to retreat. He's taking too many casualties here. slaughter. Absolute slaughter. See, I know back when I knew about sort of Minecraft, the last enemy I knew about was like the Enderman, and they were doing those villages. So like years ago, that's how old I am now. That's the latest news I knew about, and the fact they added a campaign towards the end. But and I liked the novelty, but the only thing I did in Minecraft was mine. All I did was mine in Minecraft. And once they added food mechanics in that, I just got fed up because I just wanted to mine. I didn't want to do food mechanics. So like I just ended up making a couple of apple trees and just living off the apples. But the last memorable thing I knew about Minecraft is I always made sort of wooden houses and wooden cottages. I decided to make a lava moat around my cottage. Then one day I came back from my mining to find my house on fire. And it's because the little bits of fire that come out of the magma set fire to my house. I also did open top quarries, so I just dug massive 16 by 16 holes in the ground. That's another thing I like to do. Because I thought Enderman was spooky because that was during the, what do you call it, the Slender Man phase. God. I feel old now. The internet just feels so different from what it used to be. I remember the big craze. You'd have like, what do you call it, PewDiePie and that doing the Slender Man, pick up the 8 pages. Oh no. Slendy's getting too close. Those are simpler, more low effort times. Of course, people look back and say the recording and old YouTube videos are very low effort, but you got to remember the old YouTube videos, the amount of effort that required to put videos up onto YouTube and to record it. They didn't have really decent capture cards back then. I didn't really have decent recording software back then. And so it's only been recently that the average player, i.e. me, could first afford a device that could stream games on, and second, actually upload videos because it wasn't too difficult to do. Now, times have definitely changed, but I think people always tend to look on the bad things that have changed. So people look at, what do you call it? Look at like the algorithms and so on and so forth. They don't look at the things that are good, like OBS or the ease of making YouTube channels or Twitch and things like that, where the average guy can in fact do streams. Yes, there are some bad things about the industry, like, of course, algorithms and people chasing subscriber counts and chasing the algorithm as making us trying to fill in as many buzzwords as possible, and the nature of content now being disingenuous and long-winded. Like, oh, this one simple trick will make you win every Hoi 4 game, and then the video is like 2 hours and they tell you something you know already, and is in fact not particularly helpful in the slightest for most games. But that's the nature of the beast, really. I'm glad I don't just make videos. Otherwise, it would be a whole different beast. I'd have to be very... I can see why people end up having this sort of false excitedness to them and that false tone, because they need to be engaging because that's where the views are and so on and so forth. And I guess if that's literally your income, your bread and butter, you've really got to do as much as you can to to keep the good times going. But of course, the sort of, what do you call it, the catch-22 to that is, of course, you become less genuine, and then in consequence you also begin to lose, you sort of get death spirals on YouTube personalities. So I've been watching people like Turkey Tom and so on and so forth, and they've been like, and they cover the old YouTubers who you know, had their moment in the sun, and then it all went horribly wrong, either because scandals came out or they started doing silly things. And it appears that after you get to a certain death spiral of these sort of places or these sort of things, where initially there's a big old hype, and then after that hype, you slowly get scandal, and in the constant quest to remain relevant, you start doing more and more stupid things to just keep the scandal going. Yeah, tricked in Hoi, that will not make you want to die. Germany planes and motorized only. I mean, Germany's not too difficult a nation to play, especially if you know the basics for Hoi. And against the AI, it's not bad. It's against multiplayer, where in multiplayer games, Germany can be quite a hard nation to play, and that's why you see such ridiculous levels of optimization and how do you put it, very unfun multiplayer lobbies, because it's very stressful. And Hoi communities, although it looks big with so many players, the people who will play dedicated multiplayer and are generally fun to play with they're quite niche communities. So if you play Germany and do really badly, word spreads, and then they won't let you play Germany again in a Discord, and then you're just relegated to minors. So there's a lot of pressure for players in Hoi, especially streamers and YouTubers and so on, to perform, and then it leads that sort of competitive, toxic environment, because unless you're playing with friends and you don't really care about how well you do, the big problem is you end up in situations where you end up getting a reputation of being not a good USA player, or not a good Germany player, and then you get sort of pushed out. But doing online multiplayer, especially Twitch streams and that, must be very, very stressful. And that's probably why you start seeing the same usual faces in Hoi 4 multiplayer games, the same characters playing with the same people, because those people are deemed as reliable and won't damage the image, or won't throw the game, and so it ends up becoming quite a niche community, especially along YouTube and so on and so forth, because of the nature of the gameplay. Because no one wants to watch someone get clapped. They want to watch, you know, the best solo Russia multiplayer gamer, 420 blaze it, and if people get a reputation off that, then of course there's a necessity to keep that going. You've got to keep on being at that level. It must be very stressful. That's why you want to do variety. Variety has its pros and its cons. If you were a YouTuber, variety's got its pros because you've got a wide market. Like, I can play this game today, and then tomorrow I can play a different game and get a different audience. And the pros is that I can constantly play the new game, and my base is not based on one single game. Of course, the cons is that you attract more tourist views, and you don't attract a strong base quickly. And that's sort of that's the catch-22, but I think it's got more longevity, because first you will be able to constantly play different games, so you'll enjoy yourself more. So if I get bored of Ultimate General, I can just go play something else. If I play Hoi 4, I can just play something else, and I won't have to worry about, oh crap, is this going to damage my subscriber count? So that's not a good idea. And second, if the game starts becoming stale, like Hoi, which is honestly getting stale without new DLCs, you aren't worried about where you move on to next, or worried about the next big thing. I think variety is what you want, unless you're really good at one game, and then you've got to take on that competitive sort of physique. Dude, imagine my school finding my PC stream tab to find a very sus face or a guy must... Don't they have firewalls and that will stop people? I remember as a kid they have loads of firewalls, and the trick to getting through the firewalls was, you'd know, there'd be like the kid at school who was not academically minded, that's the correct term for it, or literally just use the IT lessons to play flash games, and they would find the new websites that would skirt around the firewall, and then you go on that website, play that for a while, and then eventually the fireball would block that as well, and you'd move on again and again. I'm just going to sit here and let the Union bleed themselves dry, now that their attacks have sort of floundered. But there is something a bit depressing when you go onto YouTube and you see these colourful characters when they're very false personalities. I know it's for kids, they're like, you know, the sus among us sort of meme and that, but it must be awful if you're a grown guy and you've got to put on that sort of facade. Unless you enjoy doing that sort of thing, but I think you'd either have to really love that sort of, it wouldn't have to be a facade, you'd have to enjoy doing that and being like that sort of big kid, because it'd just wear you out too quickly. You'd just be like, oh god, I've got to put on the pink beanie and the soy boy face. Yeah, playing Hoi 4 more. Yeah, if you could play Hoi 4 on school computers, that'd be pretty based. I actually look at potentially trying to learn how to set up a network assisted storage, which is a NAS. So it's basically like an external hard drive, or which you can connect to via what do you call it? Connect to via the Wi-Fi or the web, and excuse me. And effectively, what to do that, you can get like a Raspberry Pi, which is like a tiny computer, which is basically a tiny computer for like $270 or £270, and then set one up that way. And I thought that'd be a very cool project to set up. I mean, it wouldn't be as good as an actual NAS, but the idea of making your own NAS would be cool. And that's what I really like about YouTube. The fact is you can literally Google how to make your own NAS using a Raspberry Pi, and there'll be something on the internet or on YouTube that will literally tell you a very easy way of doing it. I also wanted to create my own RAID as well. Just again, I don't need a RAID, but I would have liked a RAID is a redundant array of independent disks. So let's say my hard drive fails, all my data's gone. Now what you can do is you can, depending on your RAID, you can have like 2 or 3 hard drives that can rebuild your data if one hard drive fails. Or you can have I think level 0 hard drive that allows for striping. That means you get double the performance because the files are split between 2 hard drives, but at the cost of what if that one hard drive fails, the whole thing fails. It's just little things like that which I find really interesting. So that Union army is more or less collapsed. It's kaput. Don't have to worry about this now. I can now just sit back and watch the Union army delete itself. Yeet us, delete us, and you can probably tell the damage. Oh god, I can't wait for that Whiskey and Lemons expansion for Grand Tactician. If that's what I think it is, which is like you just command a division or a corps and the AI commands the rest, that game's going to be so amazing. I hope it's as good as I think it's going to be. The only reason I haven't played Grand Tactician recently is because it's quite a big game, and sometimes I don't feel like I want to not control those sorts of big sized armies. I'd rather control smaller armies. I'll control part of an army. So that's the reason why I haven't really been playing Grand Tactician in a while, because it's just sometimes I would want a smaller scale or the same scale but less responsibility. And that's why I'm looking forward to the new DLC. Because I'm thinking that it will be pretty much what I hope it is. You know, the copium is there, the hopium is there. So this is the point I've made before, that the initial assaults are the worst assaults, and after the initial assaults, the level gets progressively easier. In the USSR and Russia, you need an approval of all people inside a nuclear device. AKA submarine or ship. One submarine during the crisis of '62 thought the war had started to. Oh, cool. So you need a complete consensus on nuclear war. I watched an interesting video on Amazon about a nuclear sub-captain. It was the guy. The captain was starred as you know, the guy from The Rock. It was that guy who plays a general, and he was a nuclear commander, and it sort of did a fictional story of how that submarine went missing or why that submarine was lost. And I thought that was a very interesting submarine. I just like submarine films. Like Das Boot's an amazing film, but it's once you research submarines and sub warfare, you just realise how awful being a sub commander or being a submariner was, because the casualty rates for submariners was insane. Like the odds are you weren't going to see through the end of the war. I believe that is a victory. So they're 65 versus my 31. They lost half their army. I lost 10% of my army at best, maybe just 11%. Goods captured, of course. We captured quite a bit of goods from routed troops, and we didn't take too many casualties ourselves. This is a good level to rebuild after pain train level. After literal pain level. We'll put one more in Army Org. So just in case we do have any spare troops left, we can make our final corps. I don't think the Soviets ever asked to join the Nazis. I think they saw themselves as ideological opponents. I'm sick of you, Cav. Money's getting tighter though. I'm aware of this. Definitely aware that money is now becoming a limiting factor for me. Nah, sure. I know they had a trade agreement to trade resources, but I don't think I think that's all that was. So the Germans had a trade agreement with the Soviets to trade resources. So like fuel and that. Then afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the logistics. You got to think, like, the Germans did so well on Barbarossa, but logistics-wise, they were just pushed to their hilt. You couldn't keep pushing. Just couldn't keep pushing. Just ran out of. Either the rains came. I mean, there's only so far you can push, and Russia's such a big country. You got to stop eventually. And generally speaking, the Russians never really have lost based off losing territory. They've always lost because of internal pressures. Rebellions, revolts, that sort of thing. Political intrigue. Like, when's the last time I lost a big war? I mean, I lost Afghanistan, but that's like, you know, insurgency, so nobody cares about that. They lost... I've got to be careful with my money. We'll buy some Springfields.
Yes, sir.
They lost the First World War, but of course that was because, you know, they've been because of internal revolts and so on and so forth. I do have a what do you call it, a guilty pleasure of the Soviet tactics of the steamroll, artillery and striking across the entire front. Because the Germans had a pretty good idea early on in 1941, 1942. They had, what do you call it, fire brigades, or they'd have like tanks and reserves. So if the Russians tried to counterattack or encircle, the Germans would send their tanks in reserve to break through the encirclements and encircle the Soviets. But then, of course, the amazing idea was that if you just attack across the entire front, then the fire brigades can only do so much before they get worn down, and they can only hold or put out the fire in one place. And then eventually other parts of the ground gets given up, and they're slowly but surely just driven back and worn down. I do have a guilty spot for, or a soft spot for the Soviet style of warfare, because it's very difficult to contend with. It's a very, it's not, I wouldn't call it a unique, but it's a very challenging system to contend against, because unless you've got the same numbers, you're going to struggle. Community tabs available, I think, if you're on certain web pages. So if you're like, if you're not on your, I think on your phone, the community tab isn't allowed, and it's like if you're logged in. Same thing for my stuff. I can't look at my own community tab unless I'm on my PC. I'm going to take a look at some more AI generated art, and I'll do some more videos of that, or upload some more for the community tab, because I think they're really good. Nice. Now our next batch of troops. Ooh, let's go with this bad boy. And that is that, and then we can make a new call. Oh, I may have to check it. I may have to go online and check it. Let's see. Let's go and see. I can't check it right now. Here we are. Let's take a look. I may have to vet it first. No, I can't. Let's go to community, content, posts. It may take a while to come up. It may take a while to appear. All right. So we got a new call. Let's go for speed. Everyone's happy here. Yep. And we'll wait until we've got more troops. All right, next objective, next battle. Hopefully it's another defensive battle. Yeah, can't be monetized. You need to monetize. You need over 4,000 public view hours, and you need over 1,000 subscribers. And then of course they need to vet you, so you're not some dodgy site. But I have no intention of chasing it. It'll either happen organically or it won't happen, and I won't care. I'm not going to chase that sort of thing. 5th of May, 1864, Saunders Farm. Yeah. Oh, so community tab happens after you get to a certain size or a certain amount of subscribers, and then you unlock that feature. Same with the algorithm. Same with, I think, analytics as well. Then you unlock that features and so on and so forth. So Saunders Farm, 5th of May 1864. On May 4th, 1864, the Army of the Potomac crossed the Rapidan River to the north at 37 points. It seems that Grant is planning to converge his army at the Wilderness Tavern. Confederate troops are advancing in 2 parallel rows to intercept the enemy. You've been assigned to lead the left flank moving on the Orange Turnpike. On May the 5th, the Union V Corps has spotted your presence and is coming along the Orange Turnpike to attack you. Advance your forces and repel the Federal attack. Defend. Apparently you want me to assault. Good, help you. I'm not going to be assaulting that. Keep approaching from the Saunders Fields. Good place to deploy your troops. Advance. So to win this, I need to hold Saunders Field and hold Saunders Farm. So there's Saunders Field. I assume Saunders Farm is probably up here. And to draw, I need to hold Saunders Farm. So let's take a look at the terrain. That's a kill ground, so we're not going to hold directly on this. We're going to hold slightly behind it and use this terrain to our advantage. And I think what I tend to do is I set up another line here. But we'll see. We'll see. No, that's a trap. You would be insane to do that. That's a trap. You would be insane to do that. Let's see how well that plays out. The trick is not to watch subscriber counts as well. Just let it happen. If it happens, it happens. Don't chase it. It'll break you, and it'll end up making you paranoid. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Just make videos on things you enjoy making, otherwise you're just going to get burnt out. Don't chase the numbers. I'll put it this way, if I chased the numbers, I'd be doing Sniper Elite videos. And don't get me wrong, Sniper Elite's pretty fun, but by God, it gets repetitive. I feel like I'm about to get rapidly encircled, so I gotta be a bit careful here. A big thing I would point out is that actually there's a lot of people always focus on the English-speaking YouTube community and don't really focus on other languages. I suspect if you were fluent in a different language and you come from quite a small country, then you'd be off to a very good start if you decided to do videos in your native tongue. Of course, yes, you've got loads of English speakers and everyone can speak English, but not everyone can speak Portuguese. And so that is where you can really do some fun stuff. I mean, that's a niche market. People focus too much on the English speaking. Yeah, exactly. I don't think this is worth fighting over. if I'm honest with you. I got business. Didn't even know that. Mr. Beast. I'm too much of a boomer to even know who that person is. I know he's a big deal. I know he's a big deal. He's a big boy, but I have no idea. Like, he was before my time. My time was PewDiePie. That was my time. Even then, I was a bit too old for that. So, like the Amnesia videos and stuff like that. Of course, that was before the Gamer Bridge moment. But there's a little bit of hypocrisy there. Like, if you were growing up in my day, time for the boomer, you know, drinks can of Stella or whatever, drinks can of Red Bull. Back in my day, everyone was toxic as hell on the in video games. Like, you could not go on a Call of Duty lobby without someone insulting your mother or much worse. So I think there's a little bit of hypocrisy there. People saying, "Oh, this is toxic." Like, it's all, that's how gamers always were. Yes, it's not particularly approachable, and yes, it's not right. But it's the nature. It was the nature of the community. And of course, if you do want games to be, what do you call it, more inclusive, that's understandable. But you're gonna need different games for different communities, and so depending on what your game is, it's more than fine to make a game that's more approachable / more tolerant / that's generally nicer to play as. But you also are going to need those containment games to keep the old guard happy. Otherwise, all what happens is the old guard just comes and starts sabotaging your games. I mean, looking back at it, times have changed now. When I was a kid, no one treated the internet seriously. Like, you said whatever you wanted on the internet, and no one cared. Because the people who played video games were nerds who had the same sort of mindset. Of course, as games become more mainstream, the mindset has changed, and it's no longer that sort of place for the memers, the unironic shit posters. I do miss the old internet a bit, but I suppose the old internet would despise me as well, because even if you think even further back, the internet was for like the real geeks with like dial-up internet. I just think as you get older, you start resenting any change whatsoever. This is when the cavalry's actually being somewhat useful. I mean, I don't mind that games have become more, how do I put it, more normie. But I do miss the lunatics and the memers. I do miss the crazy people, because they made the internet funny. No, I didn't. This feels a bit, how do you put it, stale. It feels uneventful. It feels bland, corporate, empty, soulless, bland. Not down for the film. That's a great film. Highly recommend it. But if you're going for Civil War Kino, it's got to be the much loved Gods and Generals and Gettysburg. Yeah, 999. Vega line. Vega line. The Krieg is forlorn. Okay. General, the Federal Sixth Force has been spotted at Germanic Plank Road. It's not certain if it will attack us or head to the right flank a few miles away from here. So it's going to attack us, obviously. In case, you must attack with the Fifth Corps. And we've got some more reinforcements coming up. So the reinforcements plan is literally just to move forward up here. Because we're pretty much at the objective, so we can just chill. I mean, that was a pretty easy battle. I'll be real with you, Chief. Pretty easy organic solution. Well, at this stage of the game, you sort of know what you need to achieve, so it's not too difficult to slowly push the enemy back. I don't even know who Steiner was. I'm so much a history normie, I don't even know who Steiner was. All I know is that meme about Steiner's counterattack. Must be quite annoying as a general to know that after all your achievements in battle, you will only be remembered as a passing comment and a film meme. You must be very irritating for generals. I may want to push this guy off his position. If I can. If I can't, then it's not the end of the world. Where's my reinforcements? Oh, I've got more artillery pieces. Also got some cav lurking over here. That's not a good vibe. That's pretty cringe. Quite a few cav, actually. I can win this by sheer brute force. There we are. And all we have to do is move these guys up here next. Move these guys up here next. You might want to hold here. Push. I want to push these cannons off because I know they're going to take an awful lot of casualties if we don't. Yep, that's fine. That is fine. We planned this. To avoid situations where this might arise. I'm in a good spot. Bit irritating that they're still alive. But hey ho. Oh, but they've been captured, so... Alright, that's made me less upset. More cannons. Up. And up. And take one of these units back over here. Quite the mass. Retreat this unit, bring this unit back up. This unit can chill here, this unit can go over there. I'm going to move back into this position, aren't I? This section here I shouldn't have moved as close to. I should have withdrawn from that. It's not the end of the world, but it has proven a bit of a problem. Don't die, Jackson, I need you alive. So I pushed the cannons back, so that's fine. Literally the only reason I pushed that one unit out there. Blocked. Yeah, to do that again. Yeah, I won't be able to touch that. Might be able to get these cannons. Nope. Nope, is the answer to that. The assaulting of these positions will be too costly, so now the aim here is just to hold this position. And just let them fight it out. We got so many cannons, they don't stand a chance. I think these guys more or less got wiped. I think it's going to be our last hurrah. We've got any reserves to send up for the centre? We've got a couple. But at this stage, I think they're more or less being hammered into submission. I did the right thing to do a turning action early. I'm quite happy with that. This has to stay over here. If that cavalry spots the supply wagon, they're going to steal it. Not a chance. They lost a couple hundred in that volley. Another one of those battles. At least it wasn't a moronic assault battle. It wasn't a Burnside special battle. So, a couple of mistakes here. Mistake one, I tried to push their left flank too close to the south, and that meant they had reinforcing fire that could be fired upon me, and I took a lot of casualties having to deal with that. The second mistake was, well, that was really the big mistake, and that took me a lot of casualties. I should have instead advanced broader and sort of formed a bit of a road shape, sort of a rectangle shape. It's not the end of the world. We've still achieved what we needed to achieve, but we could have done a little bit of damage mitigation. Where things are getting expensive, so it would have been a good idea to do a bit of damage mitigation. They're going to do one more last hurrah charge, perhaps. Potentially, they're getting in position for it. Okay, let's retreat these guys back again. They've done their job. Push that flank. No, stop doing that. A fairly costly battle. But by the nature of the battle, it was going to be costly. There's not much I could have done about it. So they're 52,000 versus my 36,000. I took 11,000 casualties, so 3,600. Let's round up to, let's keep it down to 3,369. 12. Let's go for 369, 12. About 40% of my army there, maybe 30%. And these guys lost about half, 50%. Still, that's casualties I've got to rebuild and resupply with now. So with the army org done to max, we're going to go with economy to save us some money. And try and rebuild our armies.
Yes, sir.
First things first, these guys are going to be upgraded to recruit level again. You can see now how much longer it's taking me to upgrade my armies or reform them because of the costiness of the battles. Yeah, have a good bloke. On five. That wasn't too bad. This army wasn't too badly mauled. This army was the army that got the pounding. It got mommy-dommied. $11,000, not the end of the world. These guys was fine. Cavalry are useless to me, so do what you like. Cost so much money to rebuild my armies. $22 for, yeah, I can't do that. But I'll have to go down a stock. Let's start selling some stuff. Cavalry weapons sell. Wessington sell. Just start selling everything. And hopefully that will give me some more money to rebuild. Any captured equipment, I can get 7 of these. It's not worth it. That's not worth it either. The Confederate war effort is now beginning to decline rapidly. If I did this, how much money is that going to cost me? 18,000, I'll buy that. So expensive, I literally cannot afford to maintain my veterancy now, which is going to be a bit of a problem. But hey, we can build a couple more corps of infantry now. Alright, garbage equipment. What reserves do I have? Harper's Ferries, we'll take a couple of those. Harper's Ferries. Harper's Ferries. Have some Enfields. We sure that's fully full? Yeah, that's fine. Fine. And then our final battle, the Battle of Mansfield, not to be confused with the Battle of Mansplain, which is still ongoing today. I'm here all year. So, Mansfield, 8th of April 1864. A federal force is moving northwest across the state of Louisiana, accompanied by a flotilla of the Red River. It seems that their destination is Shreveport, which they would use as a base for invading the Confederate Texas. The Union Army opted to take a shorter road via the town of Mansfield. That's far away from the flotilla's gun range. As Yankees move out of Mansfield and continue their march, you have a good chance of stopping them, defeating them, and cancelling their plans, or at least buying time. You're not really stopping them at this stage, you're just delaying the inevitable. Which means that it ain't looking good. Okay. So you want 25 troops to frontally charge that position. The Federal Vanguard is informed of our stand and is taking defensive positions in these woods near Chapman's farm. They'll suddenly try to hold until the rest of our army arrives. We expected the brigade to arrive, but if we wait too long, the Yankees will have time to deploy their whole army. If you crush the Vanguard and occupy the woods, it'll be easier to fight the Federal army. So this mission is a bit like a sickle shape initially. You sickle shape and then push them out of the woods, and if you push them out of the woods, then you're good to go. But if you take too long, then the bad men will come and it will be ogre for you. So bear that in mind. So immediately from the first line here, then the second line here. I've been here for a while. Oh no, the stream's always been going on. No, I don't think it crashed. I've been watching it fine on my end. Watching it back. Did you really cause one of my troops to rout? Yeah, you made a potato unit rout. Bruh. Okay, this needs to move back a bit. So you. Alright, knowing the drill. A general advance this way. A general advance this way. A general advance this way. With the aim to push these guys from the field. And these guys move forward. This was a mistake. I regret this. This was done badly. Really badly. Like outrageously badly, like I'm ashamed that I even showed this on stream. That assault in the north should not have been done. That was silly of me to do. I mean, on the bright side, a lot of my troops didn't take too many casualties. Like, yeah, it's double, almost double casualty figures. It was a bad strategic move. That, I mean, Jackson just died, so I think that pretty much sums up the extent of that strategic maneuvering. Rip Jackson, you lasted longer. You lasted 1 year longer. Rip Jackson. Rip in Ripperoonies. Did you win? Did you survive? Well, it's still open to debate whether or not that's surviving. So many casualties that I can't replace. It's like two to one on their side. They have demolished me. I mean, it's working, but the reason why it's working is I'm sacrificing experience for territory, and I can't really afford to do that. Stop running, stop running. But hopefully this means in the long term we'll have the ground and they won't be able to counterattack us off it. Okay, let's stay here. This is where the best cover is. No more moving forward. Set up here, set up here, set up down here, set up here. Cannons, 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 and cannons. Up here, tell the cannons to stop. Set up here, tell the cannons to stop. These guys keep moving forward. The constant shuffling. No, stop shuffling. Every day he's shuffling. Stop. Your job, your function is to literally hold this position. No more, no less. And I don't know why you're charging. So I can only assume it's because you hate me. You need to retreat. You need to disengage now. Hold, hold, hold. Move that cannon back up here. Move this cannon over here. Set up a position over there. What are you shooting at? Move over here. Yep, we're going to charge this position. That's not in the world. Because we can counter. No, 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 no. Every second, every time you do that, a puppy cries. I could aim to try and decisively destroy this, but the damage is so bad now. I'd rather not. I'd rather just preserve my army. But saying that, it does look a bit vulnerable, doesn't it? Does look a bit saucy. Look, I know the North's a mess, but we can make it back. There we go. That's nice. That's a little turkey shoot. Let's keep running up this way. I should wear them down enough. No, we're in a good spot now. There's no need for me to end this battle. I mean, as casualties go, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Those pushes actually were pretty efficient. I think it could have been a lot worse. Concentrated artillery is a hell of a thing, hell of a drug. Aim to wipe it out. That'll give me the guns I need to continue on the offensive. There we are. Job done. A 5-speed job, but a job nonetheless. Let's farm these guys to death now. Don't vibrate, it screws me up. What we got? Got a little surrender. Got a double route. I suppose that could be worse. There we are. 25,000, so 2,500, 25, 50, 75, about 30% of my army. They lost pretty much 90% of their army, but again, it'll be about whether or not it was worth it. I think it was worth it in terms of guns, but I suppose we'll have to find out. I mean, 25 10-pounder parrots, it could be better, it could be worse. I have to take a look at the casualty ratio to see if it was worth the actual pain inflicted. If I go to economy one final time.
Sir.
Oh, Jackson finally bit the bullet. That's a bit of a shame.
Sir, yes, sir.
And the Cav dude got it as well. Still, casualties I'd rather not have, but after a certain stage, you've got to wipe out your enemy army because you've committed so much already. You may as well aim for the complete destruction of that front. And that's what I did. $18,000 I can afford. Can I afford that? Yes, I can. That's about 10,000. Everything else, I'm going to start running out of money to afford this. Change these to my £25 parrots? Yeah. And I can finally upgrade this to max and rebuild my artillery pieces.
Sir, yes, sir.
Flying close to the sun here, but I can afford to sell some ammunition again. Sell the cav garbage. Let's sell some of these MNGs. No, it's not worth it. Let's sell the Fayetteville's, even though I don't have a lot of them. Springfield 1861. Oh, that's probably why they're so much better than me, because they've got better weapons. Let's sell a couple of thousand of these in. Sell half of these, and that should get me back on track. I mean, manpower's not too much of an issue at the moment. It's actually money, which is my limiting factor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As my troops become slowly less efficient. Let's get some Springfield 1861s in. Let's equip these guys with Springfield 1861s. Damn it. Still, army rebuilt back to effective size. Artillery's a little bit dented, but we are still in the fight. There's still a very good chance of winning the next couple of engagements. So, the incident at Mansfield has taught us one thing: we cannot attack those rebels head on. We must flank them. Dear General, we need more divisions, so they're getting 5,800. So we've been able to reduce the Union Army down to a manageable number now in preparation for Cold Harbor. Meaning that hopefully we'll be able to do a bit better. At the same time, we've won all of these battles, so we should reduce enemy sizes down to a healthy amount. At the same time, Cold Harbor isn't too much of a difficult battle. You can win on the first day of the Confederacy, I believe, just by holding the starting objective. And you do need to win it, or at least draw. In this case, we'll be going for the victory, because if we lose the game. And if we draw, we also lose the game because we ran out of smiley boy points, unfortunately. So let's do a bit of reading, then we'll do a history lesson on Cold Harbor. So, After the Battle of Gettysburg, our Army of Virginia has been gradually giving ground to defend against the aggressive strategic maneuvers of Ulysses S. Grant, the newly appointed General-in-Chief of all Union armies. Grant's army enjoys immense resources, and his goal is to destroy our army and lay siege to the city of Richmond. Despite our successes, we cannot match the Union superiority in manpower and weapons. Our forces are stretched thin to guard the borders, and we can use only 3 corps to hold the northern roads to Richmond. Grant tries to swing around our right flank by ordering Sheridan's cavalry to secure the crossroads at Old Cold Harbor, about 10 miles east of Richmond. Union cavalry has built breastworks, and now both armies begin to shift their formations towards these roads. We are digging in, preparing to defend from fortified positions. Should we fail, the Union army will break through and march to Richmond. So this is the really the end of the line for the Confederacy at this stage. The Union had been slowly battering the Confederate army in the Battle of the Wilderness, and throughout, leading up to this point, as the Confederacy withdraws from Gettysburg and slowly its army begins to wither. Eventually, this will lead to sort of Cold Harbor and then the siege of I think it's Petersburg, where the Union would just, after slow battles and sieges, wear down the Confederate army, and it would just cease to exist as a fighting force against the numerical superiority of the Union. The Confederacy had pretty much ran out of its war economy at this stage. It had really lost its heartlands in the west to the ever-increasing march to the sea under General Sherman, and general successes in the west also meant that the whole western theatre was collapsing, and the eastern theatre was not going any better. The only hope at this stage was for a hope for peaceful concessions or peace deal by simply bleeding the Union, but that was really a grim outlook, and it was unlikely at this stage for the Union to surrender or give up. I know McClellan was having his go at becoming president. I don't know at this stage, but it's pretty much over. And this battle is just another sort of butchery battle where Ulysses S. Grant throws troops and waves at Confederate defenders who hold rather well, and it's just another sort of Fredericksburg in terms of massive casualties on the Union side, but it doesn't matter because they can afford that 2-to-1, that 3-to-1 ratio, whereas the Confederacy cannot. And in this battle, you play, of course, as Confederacy, and you have to try and hold. Now, I believe if you hold on the first day, you win automatically in this mission. But we shall see. Now, I don't know where we start, so we'll put our best troops on the right flank. No, we'll put our best troops on the left, but our second best on the right, and then tomorrow reinforcements. But all we really have to do is hold. Union army is shifting to our right while we defend the roads to our capital. The enemy army is building trenches near Bethesda Church and up to this section. Sheridan's cavalry has captured Old Cold Harbor crossroads, and now from this position the Yankees are threatening to advance to Richmond. They are currently building breastworks to secure their new attack base. We have responded by maneuvering our forces to defend New Cold Harbor crossroads, and we have entrenched further to the north. You can see it's just become trench warfare at this stage of the war. Our new breastworks extend to Walnut Grove Road and up to Church Road. Sheridan's cavalry controlled Old Cold Harbor Road Junction and has prepared the breastworks to defend it. We have a chance to attack and capture it before the infantry corps begin to arrive. We could claim a victory early on. So if you just take the objective, you win early on. We are entrenching, and we must protect our defences or all will be lost. So depending how well you do in this battle, you could literally win the battle on the first day just by mass rushing this objective, I believe, but I'd have to check. So if we just move our troops out into a broad stroke of defensive lines. Oh, it is General Lee, so it's our second best corps. Probably would have preferred our best corps over here, but it's not the end of the world. And then move our troops to defend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's move our cannons. So we just chill here now. At least one was fulfilled. Hold Shady Grove Road or hold Magnolia Road to get a victory and hold the CSA left flank. Or we can just YOLO our way up this line and win that way. I don't believe they've got a particularly strong defensive line. And you're right, they don't have a particularly strong defensive line, so we can just rush. Hup, hup, hup. Pretty sure they do attack at some stage, so it's a bit odd that that's not that strong. Okay, the cannons are here. You know our process. Charge, charge, charge. Cannons get in close as possible, and we shotgun our way to victory. Okay, they are attacking, so immediately run away. Hup, 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 hup. And we'll just chill here. I'm pretty sure they will attack at some stage and they'll just we'll mow them down. So I'm just going to plant myself here and wait. I probably could have won that if I just massed my troops on that assault. Let's secure our left flank. Confederate shifting army towards Old Cold Harbor and responding by reinforcing and fortifying a right flank near New Cold Harbor crossroads. Our left flank must be secured and pin down a large portion of their forces if we want our defense to be successful. So we plan to attack and control the area near Shady Grove. We are currently holding the passage to the Old Church Road. The roads near Magnolia Swamp are threatening our left flank. And Crittenson's division Burnside's corps is currently guarding a section of Shady Grove Road. Securing either Magnolia Woods or Shady Grove will force the Union armies to deploy further to the east, allowing our own reinforcements to push forward to their left. Generally, if we fail, our left flank will be vulnerable and we'll have to withdraw. So I'm guessing that we need to do more than what I think we normally do. So I need Shady Grove or Magnolia Woods, and so I got to just take one of these ones. Oh, that's easy then. It's pretty easy. 1, 2, and then we just send these boys up. Like so. Send the cannons up like so. And then we wait until we're ready to assault that position. I'm just going to take Shady Grove and push up north this way. I can't kill all my units. Oh wow, you guys are garbage. You guys got mowed down. Bit embarrassing for you boys. Damn, son, you guys are garbage. But no, it'll be this easy. That's all I got to hold. On the CSA left flank, which doesn't exist on this part, so easy. I don't really remember these battles that much because I generally don't remember the late level campaigns that much. I mean, these guys are equipped with the M1861 variant, so they should be pretty good. Okay, left flank is under attack. Can I reinforce my armies? Because this will be a very easy battle if I can just give my troops more men.
Sir, yes,
I can just give my troops more men. I mean, within reason, but you know. Damn it. Not the end of the world. So, our left flank is secure for now, but right's 6th Corps and Smith's, oh, what's that? 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th Corps are mobilising to attack our right. We had time to build strong breastworks to let them come and be butchered. The army is preparing to attack. We have built heavy breastworks of the road which connects Old Cold Harbour with New Cold Harbour. The old road which leads to Richmond Walnut Grove is defended by these woods. And here. Although we are outnumbered, we could attack the defences at Old Cold Harbour or Baylow Church to force them to withdraw from the battle. All I need to hold now is the CSA left flank. Central Breastworks, Walnut Grove. So I don't really need to fight. If you know what I mean, I can just chill. Move this army over here, just in case, and then move this corps over here, just in case. I mean, we got reserves, but I just want some reserves everywhere, if you know what I mean. I'm going to save the game just in case I do end up getting soft locked. Because the other victory condition is hold Bethesda Church. And hold Old Cold Harbour. Move this army back down here, just in case. But I'm not too worried. I'm pretty confident in this battle. And the ability to win this. Tempted to withdraw troops further north for an offensive operation if I need to push down and take this objective. Is this a good level to grind XP? Let's grind XP on it. You guys can withdraw. So I'll just sit here till about 1:30 and see if I can make moves, make money moves. Do I have any cav? No, I don't. With the intent just to do a wide flank, but I just don't remember these battles, so I can't remember which is the most optimum route to victory. It literally just says all I've got to do is hold the CSA left flank. Supply wagons ran out of supplies. I mean, is it possible I just move my troops over here? And try a flanking action? Trimble died, people cried. It's a lot of troops, but they're not doing anything, so I don't care too much. Unless they're going to do some silly offensive action, I don't really mind that much what they're doing. And they just aren't doing anything, so I'm happy with that. AI is just conserving its troop numbers. Which I don't mind it doing. It makes sense, really, if you think about it. Especially because my guys are just getting pounded by artillery. Who's winning that battle? I think you guys are. Bit of micro there. Bit of high grade micro. Oh, there's your offensive. Took your time. Bit of softening up first, I don't blame you. Yeah, good luck with that offensive. Don't think it's going to work for you. Oh wow, you did achieve a breakthrough. What a shame. Send more reserves. Send these guys up to contain this. We're just trading shots, are we? Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Whatevs. Just trying to get you down here, boys. Is that alright? Just trying to move you boys down here. Just trying to move you guys down to your objective. Come on down to your objective, guys. Let's move on down there. Just fire volley this. There we are. That's what you had to do. Don't think I'm gonna make it, but hey ho. Hey ho. Not mad, not mad, not mad, not mad, I'm more than mad. Nice, nice routing tactic. I wonder if I can run these guys down and get there in time. No. They're shot in the flank. Shame. Shame. Okay. Yesterday we held our lines, but the enemy continues to become stronger. Hancock's second corps has been spotted moving to deploy against our right flank. He approached us slowly by digging trenches. Tired from fighting and constant work, they will probably not attack us today. If they don't, they will give us time to build even stronger defences. Maybe we can also find a good opportunity to counterattack. The enemy came nearer by building trenches. Our defences, our tangential ridges are very close to their lines and are highly defended. Our second line of defence has been built around New Cold Harbour. The breastworks on the right is Turkey Hill. Rest at Walnut Grove. Okay. Still need to hold the Confederate left flank, but there's no Confederate left flank. I don't know what the game wants from me. Bloody hell, it's a big old map, this. A big old map. I'm gonna take these guys, move them up north. I may have to redo this level because I'm not really sure where that Confederate left flank is going to turn up. I mean, we could take this objective. That's a lot of defensive lines I've got to break through to do so. Okay, the game's getting a little laggy now. I was a little paranoid. I just want to win a battle now because I'm a little paranoid that if I don't, the game's going to end. Run away, Cav, run away. I mean, we could do a mass offensive on the centre, but it's not worth it. Stop running, stop running. Bring up more reserves from this end for flanking round. Actually, leave this here. I'm a bit paranoid now. I'm not really sure what the game wants from me at this stage. I mean, it's working, so I'm not complaining, but... Push these skirmishers off. It sort of worked, but didn't. Okay, let's retreat these guys back now. That was a bit of a failed offensive there. Bit of a waste of lives there. Reform a defensive line in this sector. A lot of lives lost. No more offensives for today. Gotta work it out. Gotta work this map out. Maybe go capture this cav. Give me one, give me two. Charge them over. Meanwhile, all seems quiet on the old church road. Because of our attack yesterday, the enemy is embarked in his trenches in the woods. Our left flank is situated on Shady Grove. Okay, I could have just literally held that. Burnside and Warren's forces do not seem confident attacking our strong positions. Maybe we can storm their own defences. So all I gotta do is hold there. So I immediately start moving troops over onto the left. And stop not moving the artillery pieces as well, maybe. No, yes, no, nah. Where's my supply wagon? I don't have one. So that was a lot of weighted troops because I simply didn't know the map. It's quite a hard one, Cold Harbor, to understand what the game wants from you. In this game, the game just wants you to do nothing after capturing Shady Grove. My troops are better than theirs. I can sit here all day. But a paranoid man in me wants to send some troops up just in case. Cool. Weird level. It keeps on trying to... The game is tricking me into trying to attack. It's saying, oh, maybe we can attack now, or maybe we can attack now. It's like really wants you to try and attack when it's just simply not in your interest to do so. Maybe you want to throw away your troops on mindless assaults. You feel like throwing your troops away now? What about now? I've got to see, I've held all the objectives now, so I literally had to do nothing this entire level. After taking Shady Grove, I could have just done nothing the entire game. Which is a tad silly. It's not like there's any logical reason for me to attack either. Such a weird level. Or battle. Rather ahistorical, I suspect. Would you like to counterattack now? No. What about now? No, I'm pretty sure I'm good. Oh, now's the perfect time to counterattack. Let's send your troops against the Union trenches. Let's do it now. Are you sure? Yeah, let's counterattack. Now's a great time. I've lost half my army. Well, you didn't actually need to counterattack, but, you know. Just thought it would add to the ambiance. Tee-hee. Tee-hee, you fell for my jape. My trick, my ruse. You weren't supposed to counterattack. I mean, I just thought you'd assume that the Confederate left flank would be taken, you know what I mean? How was I supposed to know you didn't know the game inside and out? Units ain't assaulting, so it's fine. It's just not a challenge. Not a challenging level. I mean, there's a lot of next days though. The Union Army was resting all day now at dawn, mobilised for a full attack. We must defend our lines at all fronts and not allow the enemy to pass through. Hopefully our breastworks will be strong enough to repel them. Well, that'll depend really. Depend on whether or not your silly constant reminders to attack screwed me over. Brace yourselves, men. The Union Army is preparing an all-out offensive. Right. And this affects me how? All I'll do is move these troops around, like so. And move these troops off. Am I even on Discord? I don't think I am. I don't bother to have my Discord on. Oh. Okay. Not on my Discord, you haven't. I don't have to do anything for the rest of the game, so I'll just sit here. Just sit here. Maybe move up some reserves. Quite the offensive, guys. Quite the challenge. Quite the challenge-a-rooney. Very scared, much concerned. Wow. Let me just shift my masses of cannons over there. No. For a battle that's supposed to be stupendous and over the top, it does feel a bit disappointing. Not feeling much of the wow factor. Better sort of sit here and do nothing. Let's move troops up if I think they're going to push a certain position. I should have just done this the entire time. Put some boys there, plonk those cannons here. Plonk some more cannons here. Let's turn this into a cannon den. Any more cannons I can find to bring up north with me? Let's bring them all up. Let's bring all the cannons up. Turn this level into hell. Oh, oh, oh. Wow. Where's my supply wagons? There you are. Come on down. I mean, they do try. I'll give them that. Yeah, to be expected. Left flank. What's going on my left? Burnside wants calls on mobilizing to assault our northern defences. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's night time. Oh, there's a position there. I actually need to hold that. Any other troops I can smooth you on down here? I mean, not really, no. Yes, I'm going to send these troops up. Oh, run! Run! Hmm. I suspect you can game this level rather badly if the AI is not going to push across the entire front. You can just chill. You can just chill. Relax. Put your feet up. These guys are getting killed even though they're not in the fight. That's a waste of resources. Go on, run back over here. There's a bit of butchery going on up north. Troops just getting mown down. No wonder Grant gets a bit of flack because this is not high IQ strategic thinking here. Literally just throw waves at the enemy and hope something happens. This is not intelligent decision making. Alright there, the other skirmishers. Skirmy boys. You guys got no ammo left, so if I move these guys off, because now they're going to be at a disadvantage. Hup, hup. Same here. If I shoot these guys off. And the battle continues on the right flank. General, we inflict heavy casualty to the enemy, but they keep coming. They can afford more losses than we cannot afford breaching the defences. Don't let them pass through. Don't think that's correct. I think I just have to sit here and wait. And they will literally slowly erode. I'm glad I got to see the full battle though. It would have been a bit disappointing if I just cheesed it early. It's insane that they actually fought to charge a centre like this. This wasn't very clever. I mean, this is a great way to get the experience up. Shoddy offence if pushing the south, nothing I can't handle. Start moving reinforcements over here. Is my supply wagon over here yet? No. Shame. I need to move supplies over in this part of the front. Just sit here all day, chill, relax, cool. Maybe send some cav out, see what's going on. Get some free cannons, free real estate. Yeah, the cannons are doing a little bit of damage, but not the end of the world, you know? Like, I can afford this sort of ratio in terms of casualties. It's a pity because I'm going to take more casualties from this battle than I wanted to, just by attacking when I should have stayed put. Okay, run away. Run away, Mystic Cavalry, run away. Well, that happens. You're going to run across the entire front like a potato, and you're going to rout. Oh, alright, you just go over here. So this is when you're supposed to counterattack, not when the game tries to compel you to. Like, oh, I want to counterattack now, want to counterattack now. We could just do some devilish stuff here if we wanted to. Oop. 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 But we've held bravely so far, but the enemy still fans the left flank. Push them back. Is that true? Are you actually problematic? I feel like we're taking too many casualties than we need to. If we just set up organically like so, we'd be in a better position. I've still got too many troops there. Can I afford to deviate troops over here? I think I can. And run away again. Nope, run away. We were tricked, we were rused, run away. Lost about 300 men doing that. The casualties now are so bad. Painful. Still, at least we got a whole Cold Harbor experience. Which was getting mowed down repeatedly. I shouldn't have attacked on that second day, I should have just played it out. No one's got any ammo left. We pretty much ran out of ammo. I'm gonna sit here, do nothing, wait for an old blow over. Could try and chase or rush that ammo, but I don't want to. I've only got 18 minutes left, or 18 minutes for the bell, so there's no reason for me to do that. This is a battle where I've taken more casualties than I needed to. I could have conserved my manpower a lot better. That mad flanking action on the second day wasn't worth it. I should have either just won on the first day or not bothered and just gone in, but I didn't know how the game did its objectives. I didn't know if, like, because I'd done something the first day, I was just never going to get the Confederate left flank. Still, there's 71,000 men, they've lost 46,000, and they're my 69 hot. I've lost 16,000, 6,900. 20, so that's 714, about 22% of my army. 69 guns were apparently lost. Goods, officers. We captured some supplies and some guns, but nothing actually good enough to warrant this sort of expenditure. Yay, the 7 Cross Medal. We can now do logistics for our final 2 points. So we got a Civil War Campaign Medal, War Service Medal, Homeland Defense Medal, Confederate Officer Star Medal. He's got all the medals. And I should have enough to rebuild my army. Equally, all my guys should be pretty high veterancy now after literally mowing down troops like it was no tomorrow. Nice, 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 nice baby. Do. This looks far too good to be true, so I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna hold my breath and see what happens on the next day when I move to the next tab, because I suspect this is one of the armies that didn't get a battering. Cold Harbor was meh.
Yes, sir.
It was a meh battle.
Sir, yes, sir.
Still, it was a good battle to train up my troops, make them more experienced. Oof.
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
Most of my troops did become more experienced as well. I'm going to save my money for now. Save it for the final battle. Oh. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's expensive, but it's fine. Cookies. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah, we can't do that yet. We need to see. We need to see first if it's worth it.
Yes, sir.
Nice artillery, boys. Oh, we lost a supply wagon. Okay. Probably why all my guys were running out all the time. Let's get on a manpower up first before we select generals or commanders. And then the final army to be upgraded.
Form line.
Almost there. Give me 3,000 men.
Yes, sir.
And then we can start upgrading what's left. Was the 4th Corps used? No, it wasn't. Fine, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Good. Good. Everyone is good. And you've all got ammunition, so that's good as well. Get some good commanders in. Good. So, we're still in a pretty healthy spot for Washington, I have to admit. Normally I'm nowhere near as big as this. Minty, I hate you, Minty. What ammunition have we got left? We don't have enough for that, so let's go use these bad boys. Never-ending cores, that's what we have. Never-ending cores.
Yes, sir.
And that is that. So right now we have an army of 226, so 30,000, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100,000, 112,000, 131,000, 137,000, about 137,000. That's a pretty strong army. So we have 3 main battles left. So this is getting towards the end of the campaign. So you can see here, with winning Cold Harbor, we can reduce enemy size. And Washington is our alt history scenario. If we lose the game. If we lose the game. And if we win, we get plus 35. But we don't get any money now because it's the last battle. So we have 2 more objectives we need to fight first before we can finish this off. I believe they're both mass offensive battles, Hardin Pike and Hall's Ferry. You can see if we win, we get 200,000 and 21,000 recruits. If we lose the game, and if we draw, we get 18,000. You can potentially skip these 2 battles and move straight into Washington because these battles are extremely costly in terms of manpower and reserves. But I would recommend doing it anyway if you want to reduce the enemy size considerably for the upcoming battle, which is extremely difficult. So it's the time to counterattack on our western front and regain control of the Mississippi River. The loss of Vicksburg in 1863 has split the Confederacy into 2, cutting off the states of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas from the rest of our states. The recapture of the city will not only restore our honor, but most importantly, will also establish our communications with the Trans-Mississippi Department. This will give us access to valuable resources and supplies from the west that will aid us for our final strike on the federal capital. A part of our force has been sent north to make the Federals believe that we will attack at Jackson and Graveyard Roads. Our plan, however, is to attack at Halls Ferry Road to the south. It is a well-defended position and it's going to be tough and a bloody task, but if we break through and secure Halls Ferry Road, then the Federals will be forced to abandon Vicksburg. These battles are extremely costly, frontal assaults, and as you can probably tell, are not nice. So we need to take this objective. And the fortified hill to the left. We need to take all 3. And the Federals constructed 2 smaller patrols. We will lead the attack to assault the position. And we have inspected the trenches. So to win this, we need West Redoubt, the salient work, and Halls Ferry. So we need all of it. And you can see here it is a mass offensive. So with any mass offensive, we set up our forces into great big columns. Which we use to punch holes in the enemy's line. Literally mass columns, assault columns of an excessive variety. Designed for punch-throughs. The front will be catastrophic. The war will be catastrophic. This battle will be catastrophic. Once everyone's in position, we will have to punch through it. One, two, three. Begin the assault. 1, 2, 3. Begin the assault. 1, 2, 3. Begin the assault. Begin the assault. Begin the assault. Move the cannons forward. And we don't stop. Just keep going. And in this position here, we do the same. And whatever's left moves forward to clean up what's left in a mess. The waves, the human waves, the butchery, the slaughter. And then reformed the troops for another attack wave. Reformed the cannons for another attack wave. Whoa, I didn't like that. What the hell did I do? Oh, I did that, okay. I don't like that. Make it stop. Send the next wave. Slow these guys down. We can't afford to keep doing this. I'll send these troops up this way. Right, this is gone. Charge it. Charge it. Charge it. Charge it. Charge it. Push it. Hold it. Push it. Hold it. Cry. Take the position. Right, move the rest of the troops forward. And these reserves can move forward. Good, now we're cooking with that. Now let's move this up, move these guys forward. And then we'll wait until we get our next reinforcement for our final wave. Our final wave of offensives. Is it costly? Yes. Is it smart? No. Does it do the job? Well, actually, this is actually a fairly efficient tactic because although you are taking immense routes early on, these do in fact pay off in the long term. Right, next boys, you're coming in for the next offensive. Go up, go up, go up. Charge it, break it, smash it. I mean, I won't pretend it's not costly, but by God, it gets the job done. We have to retreat this back until we form another wave. Another assault wave, another assault column. You lunatics, stop assaulting by yourselves in piecemeal. Alright. Time for the next charge. Soon. Soon time for the next charge. Mow these guys down first. Alright, let's do this. Charge! Charge! This gives you lots of time to literally throw all your troops into a meat grinder. I mean, you know, small mercies and all that. Pretty much meat grinder tactics. Pretty much World War One human wave tactics. Generally not worth it. Unless you can win quickly and painlessly, which unfortunately in this case we could not do. I'm getting sick and tired of these guys constantly fighting on this position. And that was the taking of the redoubt. Pretty much a case of throwing everything you've got at it and hoping that the cost is worth it. Or the juice is worth the squeeze. I screwed up the attack waves on that. I could have done a better job. I sent the second attack wave in too early. I bet you see the casualties in terms of casualties. I mean, you get money from it, but it's more of a question of worth the hassle. Is it worth the hassle of literally having all your cores mown down? And the answer is generally no, it's not. I mean, I can preserve their quality a little bit.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of money spending. I can preserve the damage. I can staunch the bleeding. I mean, yeah. It's not high IQ maneuvering. I'm going to have to pay for normal recruits for the rest of this. It's a money problem again. A gradual losing of my experienced troops. I mean, was that even worth it? It's questionable. I mean, I got more manpower from it, but I got it. Don't think it was worth it. I mean, look at the damage to my second core. These guys got some experience though, so, you know, swings and roundabouts. I need to change this guy to someone else, and then I need to buy these guys. Good. 8,000 men to spare, and that's not bad for what it was. And that allows me to build a second batch of troops using whatever's left. So let's buy the Mississippis. Let's turn this into a full-on infantry wave. Right, time to sell more equipment. Barracks, armory. What can I sell? 20-pounder parrots, sell these bad boys. Cavalry equipment, sell all of these. Skirmisher equipment, of course there isn't any. Can I buy? I can buy more ammunition. That's the best I can do. And more money. That's the best I can do. Still, because we won that, minus 10% in morale, which is better than nothing. Hardened Pike, is this another one of these, really? You are literally just going to throw your troops in for the rest of the game. It's going to be butchery. So the Army of Tennessee has conducted a series of battles in the Western Theater in order to eliminate the Union presence in Tennessee, Alabama, and northwestern Georgia. Federal forces were driven out of most of their positions. However, the Army of Tennessee suffered heavy casualties and the operations are almost stalled. Nashville is the Union's last foothold in Tennessee. You've been ordered to move your army into the area and finish the job. If Nashville is secured, then we can refocus on planning a major attack against Washington and ending this war. You will lead two of your best corps against the federal fortifications. The rest of your army will seize the railroads and cut to Nashville from Murfreesboro, Franklin, Johnsonville. Again, an alt history scenario. Hardened Pike. If you win, another 200,000 troops. If you lose, it's over. General, Nashville is surrounded by formidable fortifications, second only to Washington. We shall attack the northern part of the field defensive line at Turnpike. The Pike is defended by two strongholds, one in the north and one in the south. They are protected by a redoubt, and all of them are surrounded by a trench line. Nashville was the first Confederate state capital captured by the Yankees. Now it's the last one needed to recapture for a final march. So for this objective to win, we need to take both North Point and South Point. The general rule is a little bit easier this time. So you take your 4 troops and you form a defensive line here. And then you just keep on forming that block of troops just to mass in preparation for that battle. At the same time, your cannons get moved in preparation as well. These troops get moved into the south to do their same operation. And when you get reinforcements, they reinforce the assault once it begins to flounder. Just assault columns, that's what it is, just assault columns. So once both my armies are in position, we'll begin the first assault followed by the second assault. Okay, let's do this. First assault wave, go. Second assault wave, push forward. Third assault wave, push forward. Cannons move up. Cannons move up. Cannons move up. First assault wave, move forward. Second assault wave, move forward. Third assault wave, move forward. Cavalry charge. Cannons move forward. Okay, these guys move back. These guys move back. Run away. Run away. Run away. And the cannons move up. Supply lines move up. Cavalry goes and chases this. Let's move over there. And we move these guys back. Now the second corps. Move these guys into position for the next wave. And cannons move forward. And we wait. It's what I should have done earlier. Would have saved me a lot of casualties for the previous battle if I just waited for my second corps. Okay, second corps. You know the drill. Same as before, mass defensives on these sections. And same as before, these guys, mass defensives on these sections. And run, 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 run. And then these guys, run, 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 run. Send the cannons up. This pike's gonna be a little harder. My troops have taken a greater pounding. That's a butchery of untold proportions. No idea why you guys keep running like that. You guys are insane. You guys are like insane. Not as bad as the other level. It's more of a slap in the face rather than a kick in the nuts. Good. Good. So they're 47,000 versus my 55,000. We took about even Stevens casualties, which for what it is a pretty effective battle. It was pretty good for what it is because of the extent of the slaughter. This will be enough to get me up a final couple of mounts for the final battle. But before we do, we have to take a look and see what we can sell. Most of my commanders have died trying to take these positions, and none of these commanders are any good. So let's get our cannons up first. Because then we can work out what we need to upgrade next afterwards. So with all those cannons done, we'll build a couple of cannons here. And then we'll start selling all our other cannons. And then we look at our cavalry. Did our cavalry get damaged a little bit? A little bit damaged. Okay, start selling the cavalry equipment. Which we can't because there's nothing to sell. And then we'll sell the palmettos. We will sell GMG Type 54s. Actually, we won't sell that yet because I know I've got one unit up here that uses that. Okay. We will sell the Lorenz. Oh, I can't even sell half this stuff. That's the best we can do. That's the best we can do. Maybe buy some more CS Richmonds. That'll hopefully save us some money. Yeah. Buy some CS Richmonds. And aim to preserve our cause. Can't upgrade this anymore.
Yes, sir.
Expensive, expensive, expensive. Very expensive.
Yes, sir.
But these guys didn't take too much of a pounding in that battle, so I can't complain too much. We will be in a good spot for the next battle. Until I look at my casualties in the other group and be like, oh god.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice, 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 nice.
Sir, yes, sir.
So here's the plan. I'm going to leave about 10,000 troops, I think. About 10,000, maybe 8,000 in reserve for the next battle in case I have to use them, because I do know I do have to use them in the next battle because of how the game works. So first things first, let's upgrade these guys for the M1861 rifles. Okay, and then we head back over here. We can now start upgrading our troops on this sector with the CS Richmonds. Okay. Pretty good core, pretty good core. I'll start changing our weapons and upgrading our troops. So these guys have got the Springfield M61s, CS Richmonds. Can I upgrade you anything else? These guys have got a milli of 58, and these guys have got a milli of 81. The CS Richmonds are better. So if you have got a CS Richmond, you keep your CS Richmond.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Armory, sell some Mississippis, sell some Enfields, sell what's left of these. I like Lorenz's. I just like Lorenz's, so I'm gonna keep your Lorenz. That's the best I can do with these weapons. Okay. So the next batch will be the M1855s.
Yes, sir.
M1855 and M1855.
Sir, yes, sir.
In fact, there's probably no point upgrading my manpower or keeping my manpower. Because I've realised that a lot of the equipment I would use them for, I would not be able to afford. Enfields. 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 We're close. I'm going to stretch your army to breaking point. And what else can we afford from you motley crew? We are pretty much out of guns, so you're going to get the farmers' rifles. And we're good. We're finally good with what's left of our army. We're in a good spot. We have got 5 cores. $30, $40, $50, $60, $70, $80, $90, $100, $110, $17, $110, $117, about $150k we've got here. So we're moving on to Washington, but because we've won this battle, we've got minus 10% army size, minus 10% morale, minus 50% enemy quality. So this will be our last battle, the last battle of the campaign. We're in a really good spot. We have a pretty solid army, but we will be fighting in this battle about 200k Union troops. And we will have to initially fight offensively, followed by defensive action as we try and hold the forts we just previously took. Now I'm going to save the game and go for a smoke because I have been streaming for quite a while. And then we will resume. The time was at, let's take a look, 4:06:51, so I need to write that down so I can cut that. Okay, 4 hours, 06:51, and I will be back shortly, gentlemen. I will be back shortly, but we will finish off the campaign now because we're so close. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. I'll see you guys later. Okay, here we are. Final part. Oh, the final part, the final mission. Washington. Okay, we're attacking everywhere basically. So, despite our latest victories, we cannot match the Union's endless military capacity, while our own resources and soldier losses are becoming harder to replenish. At this critical point of the war, we need a decisive victory that can completely crush our enemy's will to fight. By taking advantage of our recent tactical successes, we maneuvered our army through the Shenandoah Valley and into Maryland in order to strike Washington from the north. Washington's defences are lighter from this side because of the various creeks that create gaps in the fortification works. While the Union armies follow us from a distance with hesitation, we will assault the capital and take it before it is heavily reinforced. During attack, we will send a portion of our forces to move in concealment through the woods and envelope the city from either side. If the plan succeeds, we can take Washington before nightfall. Lead us to glory, General. This is an alt history scenario. There was never really at this stage any chance of this occurring, and Washington was a heavily fortified network. That was a nightmare. So in reality, this scenario would never happen, but because it's a game, we will try and do this. This is a very hard scenario because after you assault, you will need to defend against the ensuing Union attack. So really, it's just a case of throwing everything we've got at the enemy and hoping that we break through. It's going to be a costly battle. It's going to be a painful battle, but there's the only way we can achieve victory is through this battle. So, General, this is our big moment. Today we capture Washington and win the war. Through these woods, we will launch our first attack, while several of our divisions will commence a wide flanking maneuver. Our main attack will be executed from the north and is advised to use our best men for this task. The northern attack will be supported by a few more divisions. The rest will head south to flank Washington from the east. Fort DeRussy is a formidable fortification that guards the northwest side of Washington. It is the first fort we will need to confront today. Fort Stevens is a stronger fortification in the north. We have to be very careful how to approach and seize this powerful military construction. Fort Slocum guards the northeast entrance to Washington, so we have to secure it as well. The Federals have built additional fortifications around Washington during the latest months. Fort Washington is a new fort that dominates the northern suburbs, and unfortunately our west flanking force is going to have to meet it. Fort Thomas is another newly built fortification that our Washington flanking force must secure before it proceeds to Washington. After conquering these 5 forts and interconnect trench works, we'll be able to advance the city and take it. General, it's going to be our hardest fight, our most important battle. Let's win this. We begin the attack from the northwest. Hopefully the enemy will be busy fighting us and will not notice a flanking action. The Federals are expecting us at Fort DeRussy, and it's lightly guarded. We could rush our troops to storm it before it is reinforced. The enemy reinforcements expect to arrive from that direction. So immediately get rid of this. Get another infantry squadron. And the idea is just to mass again. Once we mass, we'll be in a good spot. So all we've done before is effectively this, but times 2. All the previous operations of hard rushing, hard pushing, it all comes down to this moment. And of course, you know my tactic at this stage. It's literally a hammering tactic. We hammer waves at the enemy and try and break through this way. Once we hammer our way through, we should be fine. they've got some veterancy, but these guys will not be as strong as my elite troops, and so it will be very difficult to ensure breakthrough here. But looks like we've got even more reinforcements for this job, so hey ho. We can't stay here forever by the looks of things. We're going to have to advance. Let's move all the cannons in here. With Fort de Russie taken, we can continue the advance. And keep moving everything forward. As the enemy reinforcements coming in. Okay, the attack at Fort Stevens. My best troops advancing from the north. Our main target is Fort Stevens, and enemy reinforcements will be coming in soon. We've also spotted enemy movements in the north. So with that, we move these troops down, slowly start marching them to Fort Stevens, where we'll begin our next offensive action. Yeah, deploying to stop us. It shouldn't stop us too badly though. Enemy cores sighted. Keep breaking them. Don't stop moving forward. Keep going. Our next front soon. Our next push. Once all our troops in position for this offensive, we'll move in again. For another assault wave. Okay, I think almost everyone's in position now. We'll wait till about... Now? Okay, we'll begin the offensive. More reinforcements coming down. Another line I've got to push across. If I don't push across this, the enemy is going to be able to reinforce this and make it a nightmare to take. Where's the rest of my army? Come on, hurry up. Can't afford for you guys to wait. Come on, Lee. I need you boys up quick. What Slocum is our new target? We've received large troops that was supporting on advance. Fort Slocum is the next target, advance. Fort Slocum shouldn't be too bad. Bearing in mind that most of my troops are now in a pretty good spot to keep on advancing. I'm going to move these guys up now before they have a chance to reinforce this. There's a cavalry unit down here which is getting bombarded, that's fine, live with that. Cavalry harassing our flank. That's correct, you do have cavalry harassing our flank. Pretty sure I told you guys not to run, but just in case. So far so good. I mean, the casualties could be worse. Could have been a lot worse. This run's a bit of a hellscape. That's fine. This is fine. That needs to go. I need to send more troops to reinforce that left flank. And these guys can move down here. I think they get reinforcing cores here, so I've got to be a bit careful. I'll send these boys in now. Because this flank's starting to clean up a little bit. We're almost at Slocum. Get ready for our attack waves. Soon. The push, the push, the push. They stubbornly defend. Oh, the game is starting to real lag out now. General Hooker is reinforcing Fort Stevens Wallace divisions. The Yankees are determined not to let us approach Washington. That's why we had these troops here ready to go, just in case. Yeah, it was silly. You shouldn't have done that. You guys are running and you shouldn't be running. That's the cavalry. The pestering cav. Keep moving the troops this way. Keep pushing left. I'll just keep pushing him. Hopefully that will crush him. A flanking attack has started. Meanwhile, troops made it to the west side of the city without being noticed and ready to launch an attack. Any remaining reserves will support the attack from the east side. Fort Thomas must be secured. And Fort Washington must be secured. And there's Washington itself. So, first thing first, line up the troops. So, now the artillery pieces like so. Line up the infantry like so. These guys. God, there's so many of them. Line up. Line up. Line up. And then these guys. Line up. Line up. Line up. Line up. Alright, time for an overwhelming attack. Alright, the aim here is to punch into Washington with this corps. Then once Washington is punched into, try the other core. And aim for a great victory. Okay, run, 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 run. And move over here. Prepare these guys for a wave. Form back up. Right, this assault has not worked. Reform. Reform. Run away. Reform. Assault is working. Right, this assault needs to occur now. May have to save here just in case we lose. I'll have to be a bit smarter than that. Okay, keep moving forward. Throw everything at this target. Cannot stress this enough, you need to break this line. not enough. You need to push much more aggressively than this. I need everything in here. Good, these troops are now up. Move into Washington. I'm going to try again on this offensive. We'll wait first. Really? You didn't even kill this guy. Keep going. Okay, send a couple of corps to Washington. The rest move north. To try and secure the next position. You guys don't need to run anymore. Actually, probably do need to run because we're not going to make it in time if we don't. Move one unit into Washington. Oh, they've actually got troops here. Good, these guys can now move forward. Oh, run. These guys can move forward. These guys can move forward. Better not end the game here. I have those forts. I mean, those forts are taken. I don't have to worry about that. If that game ends because I didn't take that fort, I'll be pissed. I'll have to go and save the game again and reload. Oh, now you're bad in the fort. Oh, that's helpful. If I'd known that, I would have not thrown my troops away like potatoes. I have to be a bit more careful what I did with my troops. Especially because these troops are pretty much destroyed now. Yeah, I'm fed up with that position. Now the tables have turned, eh, buddy? Now I'm the one shooting at you. What a nightmare. Proceeding to the next day. Oh, wow. Just brutally throwing my troops at these guys. Alright, let's go to camp. Can I go to camp and see what troops I've got left? Can I fix my armies? Nope, I can't fix anything. I can get replacements though. No, I can't even get replacements. That's by eyeballing it, what troops are still in good condition. The second corps is in still very good condition. The first corps is in acceptable condition. Third corps is mould. Fourth corps is valuable. Fourth and second corps. Okay. Fourth, second, and first. They're the ones I need to use. So first, second, third, fourth, and the last corps, Washington. The northern side of Washington was conquered today, but the battle's not over yet. The Union Army is assembled and are determined to attack to destroy us. General Meade is deploying to the left with the support of at least 3 corps. Gibbon's elite corps are preparing to attack Fort Stevens from the west. Several units of Sheridan's cavalry have been spotted north of these woods. And the second corps is advancing with artillery batteries. V Corps and 6th Corps. And 2 more Union corps. And all escape paths are blocked, so we've got troops coming from over there as well. Our fate decided at Washington. General, we can use Washington's northern defences to defend ourselves. Holding Fort Stevens with strong brigades will hold our centre. It's the top left, that's the nightmare. Fort de Russy must be held. And Fort Slocum will guard our right. Okay, let's start the battle. Let's pause the game. Let's get things into motion. And we're going to mass artillery over here. All artillery is literally going up here. To form a mega battery. Oh wow, that's so much stuff to cover. You know what, I might just play it and let it play by ear. Let's save us in case I'm absolutely wrong and that was a bad idea. Fort de Russy will be my artillery hill. And more troops are going up to Fort de Russy. These troops can garrison here, here, and here. Volunteers can move over. The remnants can go over. Pity I can't put troops in these positions, because that would make my life a lot easier. More reinforcing corps will move over to de Russy. Fort Slocum will of course be held. And what's left of these guys will also move down on the left. Cavalry up here. Oh, there's the enemy cav, enemy infantry. That's never-ending cannons, that's the plan here. Hordes of cannons. And there's mildly, because you get the flat bonus, you're going to go over here as well. Any other troops I can send down to reinforce that left? Enough cannons there to wipe out half the country. I want so many cannons on this position, it's almost impossible to take. I just want all the cannons. And they're attempting some kind of push. Not really. And when I can go to performance mode, this will improve performance. I doubt it though. I doubt it. There's too much going on. Yep, first volley. All we can do is just hope to wear them down. Start sending up more reinforcements to the north. If you want to take the Rusty, you're going to have to really push it. I won't let you take it no matter how much artillery bombardment. I've got a good counter-artillery battery myself. Go ahead, charge. I dare you. I dare you. And cavalry standing by just for that occasion. This might be overkill, but I don't think it is. Yeah, another wave. Another wave, another bit of pain. Cavalry, run away. Do I have any more troops I can spare here? Send some skirmishers on this flank. I'm going to move this infantry over here. That left flank is really vulnerable. We'll withdraw this a bit. I will not withdraw from this position. I will not withdraw from this position. I don't care how badly your cannons pummel me. I've got more. I will not have this position collapse. Let's keep doing what you're doing, guys. Let's keep doing what you're doing. You're doing good work. You're wearing them down. I've 1,509 kills, yep. Sounds about right. Send more troops up over here. Where are these cavalry? Did I move them already? Yeah. Move the cavalry to the left. I can't believe I can't set up entrenchments here. It's a bit bruh. There's such a massive bombardment of cannons. Some units will collapse. I've got to accept that fact that some units will in fact die in the process of trying to hold this line. You need to stay on this position, you crazy, crazy man. That's right, you assault that fort. You assault it. Go on, you try and push it. I didn't put like 15 batteries here for my own amusement. I will F you up. Now this is a hornet's nest. That left flank appears to have stabilised, but we've already sent so many troops out of there, I don't want to send any more troops out of there. This left flank seems to have stabilised as well. You are taking some casualties, but we're winning that engagement, so I'm not going to withdraw troops. This absolute hornet's nest. Has so far done the job. Any pushes here? None so far. You guys have run out of ammo. Let's send these guys up to resupply that position. They're slowly setting up for their final dance. They're just going to try and kill me with artillery, but I think I've got enough troops just to withstand the attrition. I no longer need this many troops in this sector. I can start moving them this way. Oh look, someone else fancies a go. Boop, 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 and you got wiped out. Alright, our first route. Moving more troops in to reinforce that. Which really is the last check to see if you've still got enough troops to survive what's left. I could probably charge these now. So if you haven't done as well as I have and saved that many troops, holding this front is apocalyptic. Like, not having 5 cores, it's just almost impossible to try and hold for long enough. Another route. Who routed? No idea. But someone did route. Oh, that unit did. Due to sustained artillery bombardment. Right, send these troops over here as well. They will try and do anything to hold this position. But I will throw everything away to hold this. You need to hold every single fort to win this as well, so that's why we're having to do what we're doing. Yeah, like, you could hold the entire front and then because you just ran out of men to hold this position, it's over. So it's very important you pick correctly what cores go where. Meanwhile, we're getting attacked inside Washington. We could not hold a city for more than 1 day before the Union decided to counterattack with everything they've got. It's possible to utilise the forts and trenches around the city to defend ourselves. We should not hesitate to reoccupy Fort Washington to guard our left flank. Fort Thomas can defend our right flank. Quickly to the battlements. Let's assess the situation. We've got some cavalry here. I'm going to assume they want us to hold these positions. Move the artillery on here. Move this infantry. Move this infantry. Move this infantry. Okay. We got troops here. It's a pretty affordable situation. Oh, we got plenty of troops. Like, I'm not even panicked that much. Although these troops are pretty battered. These troops are pretty battered. Now, I believe we do get attacked in Washington itself, so we'll have to leave a couple of corps here. And these remnants can move up north. We'll send one of the good corps down here. Send a couple of guys here. Send these guys up north to hold the fort. Move the artillery over. Move the cavalry over. Now, I can't remember where they come from, so let's keep a couple of guys here and then move the rest up. Alright, mass offensive on the left. It's a good thing I've got troops coming up then. So, I've got another one coming from the north. We've got guys coming from the east. Can I get any more troops up to the east? Because they come in. They come in bad. They come with a lot of troops. I may have to withdraw some troops to the east to contain this. That's literally why we've got these reserves. And why I'm going to send more reserves over here to hold this. That line is failing. I need to send even more of our troops over there to contain that. I need to send even more troops over there to contain that. Potentially even send more troops over there to contain this. Any other troops I've got at my disposal? Oh, I gotta keep these guys here. I can't have too many troops move up. How's the containment going on the left? Pretty well. Send even more of the troops up on the right. Yeah, they're going to try and slowly wear down my defence there. We did a pretty good job of holding this sector. Let's need to go plug in my iPad. They're going to try and overrun us, aren't they? Not sure. I'm going to send more troops back over here, just in case. Just in case. Just a massacre. Well, the kill-death ratio, I mean, that's not that good a kill-death ratio. It's too risky. I can't even send troops around because they've got such a concentrated artillery battery. They'll just delete my troops. I don't think these guys are equipped very well. Oh no, they got some pretty good Springfields. It's just that their numbers are so reduced they can't do a lot of damage anymore. Go ahead. Try and take this position. Literally why I've got like 20 cannons here for this sole purpose. I'm going to speed us up now. Their attacks are starting to waver. Unless I get a bad luck route like that, should be in a pretty good spot. Understandable. Another route. They can't afford to keep doing this. The army's not to that stand anymore. It's just the artillery that's going to wear me down. And I've got decent enough reserves to counterattack if that needs to be done. Maybe I can counterattack one fort. We're going to stand here now. I can't really afford to keep trading volleys with these guys anymore. Painful. Pretty painful. A very traumatic experience, Washington, because you can go through so much effort to take the initial positions, and then after this you just feebly try and hold off against all the hordes of Union troops, and it could be the last second and you can't take it and you just cry. Okay, they're kind of trying to push on the left now. Okay. I don't even know where my supply wagons are. Right, over here. Okay, send the supply wagon up this way. You guys will rout in a second, but you guys held, and that's what makes me proud of you. Held to the last, and I can't really retreat you because you will just die. You're just going to stay there and fight now. Go ahead, push it. Don't lose the northern forts. General, we must not lose the forts of Washington, or else we will lose the battle. Defend them at all costs. So we're back here, trying to hold off with all our might. I had thought that was the end of the scenario, but I guess not. Are they beginning this mass offensives now, are they? No. They're trying, but the amount of cannons I have here is just not possible. This is the moment where they decide to mass assault my position on the left. They actually got in then, so good for you. Do not even try to get in this position. I will throw everything I have at stopping you doing that. Alright, we can go 5 speed now. It's just going to be them trying to mince their way through my lines. They've got better range than I have on my guns, so we have to aim all cannons on that position. Yep, the moment we've all been waiting for. The flanking action. How's the centre and the right? Not bad, it's still usable. In fact, I'm going to start moving troops further up here just in case. I will obliterate you. Go away. My literal human connection with the rest of Washington. This is like a lone island, but because of my human line of regiments, they're connected and saved. Go away. I don't want you here. Run it. Run the boys over. Thus begins the mass offensive. You're being contained, go away. There's a reason why I brought these guys in here, for this sole purpose. Sole moment. There's no assaults going on there, it's literally just this position. Okay, this is fine, we can start moving troops up this way. This is pretty much contained now. I'm going to start moving troops back over here. Just in case I do get rused. We'll not abandon this position. I don't care how many troops you put over here. Okay, we don't need these troops on here yet. Lap my cannons, that's fine. That's why I bought a ton more. A literal war to the last, literally the last man standing is getting smashed to pieces. It's disgusting. This battle is absolutely disgusting. Okay, send these guys in to reinforce. Send these cannons in as well. To use them as entrenchments because I'm running out of space for the cannons. How's my centre doing? Pretty well. The right flank is more or less being mauled to pieces, but it is what it is. It's been literally like it's mud. Literally just mud. They've literally reduced my territory to mud. I'm tempted to send even more troops over here. And even more troops over here. Because I've got a sinking suspicion that if they were to do a final YOLO push, I would not be in a position to hold it. Okay, that was a bad idea using those positions. Bad idea as well. Not a plan. I want to get these guys up like that. Yep, that's why you're up here. That's why you're moving up here. Next batch of good soldiers, move, move. Send these guys back. They've done their job. Any sort of movement on this sector? No, just bombing that to pieces. Contained. Get contained. SCP Yank contained. It's just holes. It's like, it's the artillery because you can't do anything to stop it because they've got so many troops you can't go on the offensive. I suppose this is when you're like, oh, why don't you use a cav? Well, you need like 20 cav brigades to overcome the morale damage from all those cannons firing at you. We've broken them now. That attack is over. They can't. Unless they've got more troops, they can't. Stay here. Don't move. It's bad to move. Bad for your health. Fine, let's move troops over here to contain. Move troops over here to contain. Have I got any troops left to help me contain that push? I've got some troops over here. I could try and go on the offensive here. But it'd be so risky. I don't think it's worth the hassle. Did that position finally rout on collapse on me? Nope. So what did finally rout? Oh, one of my guys getting bombarded to pieces. Literally just ordering my troops to form a wall of flesh and wait for them to run out of cannons. That's disgusting. Why? Why are we holding for a few more hours? We managed the impossible and hold so far superior enemy numbers. Hold the forts in the city till nightfall to claim total victory and give it all you've got. I'm trying, Gooby. Oh, suddenly it's daytime again. We just like survive another day, did we? I think we're good here. He says, realizing there's enemy troops like literally there. Oh. Stop him! Don't let him get over here. I don't need these troops here. I can move them elsewhere. Let's realise that. Don't let the bad men come. Onto my supply train. It's over here, isn't it? I don't know where it is. Abandon this position, move down here, reinforce. Don't let them push us off. They finally decided to push this, have they? Fine, works. Stay away from me. Relocate this troop over here. I gotta keep this here. It's finally routed it. Good. Charge him. Okay, that's contained. Start moving troops back this way. Start moving troops back this way. Send these troops to contain what's left of this. Send these troops over here to contain what's left of that. Charge! Get rid of them. Or you equipped with Harper's Ferries. Okay. Send the 300 back over here. Let's send these guys back over here. Their job's more or less done now. And send this army up to deal with this position. Okay, we're good. We're good. Go and deal with this unit. I see you guys lurking. I have no idea what happened to my supply train, so that's why you're not getting supply. Simply because I don't remember where I put it. I know for a fact if I leave you alone, bad things are going to happen. Surely my supply train somewhere. Alright, head back over here. Salvage the left flank, which has no ammunition anymore. Literally fighting in Washington. Cringe. Not letting me win. Cringe. I mean, the KD is pretty insane. But KD doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, ammunition's run out in the north. They tried. I know you're exhausted, just hold on. Relief soon. We're just making Lincoln negotiate using great negotiation techniques. Surely you're getting enough supply now to fight. Yeah, you are. You can just chill there then. I don't need to keep battering you anymore. Getting to the point where my troops are simply in no position anymore to fight because of the cannon batteries. That's what gets you in this. It's the batteries that slowly wear you down. There's nothing you can do about it. Good to send these guys back this way. Yeah, it's a long one. Just finishing off Ultimate General Civil War. This is the last battle, the taking of Washington, and I must admit it is a difficult level, challenging level, because you're really just trying to handle everything. You have to first take the capital from like 70k men. So this is how many troops were actually in the battle altogether. 169,000 for the Union, 139,000 for the Confederacy. But bearing in mind that the first day you're assaulting defended positions, and then the second day you're defending said positions. So this last battle is really the sort of final test of your army, which is with this old historical scenario where you're just how far you've come and how well you've done is judged by this level. And it is a nightmare level because first you've got to take fortified positions and then you've got to defend them against hordes of Union troops with 800 guns, 8,000 cavalry, and 169,000 infantry. And if you haven't got enough troops to hold it, you're done for. Like if you haven't got all your corps, you can really struggle. Or if you haven't preserved your troops until that point, or they're not well trained enough. And in the end, they lost 107,000 men to my 58,000. So so 13,000 would be 10% of my army. So 13, 26, 39, 52, about 50% of my army got wiped, about 50%. And they lost, so 16,000, they lost more than half. But it is a bad, bad level. I don't even want to look at what I lost. So kill death ratio, Lily got 3,000 kills. Losses ratio, 1,300 losses from MacArthur. This entire unit's wiped out. It did lag the game, but it is a hell of a battle. It is such a difficult battle. In terms of people who no longer is with us, Pharrell got the good news. Denizen. Oh no, not these guys didn't die. All right, who died? Tanat, Bane. Tanat and Bane died in the battle. And then the guys who got wounded. And in terms of goods captured, all the goods. But imagine trying to do this level on Legendary, it'd just be impossible. You'd have to really game the AI. But that's the end of the Ultimate General Civil War campaign. That battle was well and truly won. We have broken the Union, and we've survived the Siege of Washington, and that is quite a difficult thing to do. So now the game will load up and tell me how it goes. But it is really a nightmare battle. You do require a certain understanding of the game mechanics and the brute forcing of troops, and if you really got to know the scenario as well, you got to know which parts of the line are the most vulnerable and where other attacks are coming from. Because I've played this scenario before, I know where the other attacks are coming from, where the biggest attacks are coming from. Normally, Dirashi, and of course, that the Union does decide to send troops behind you. It's still loading up. I don't know if the game will crash or I hope not, because I'm not replaying this level. Hopefully, it's just going to load up the ending for me. But that's the end of the campaign. I don't know what I'll play next. I'll have to check on Steam what games I want to play. I don't know if it'll be RPG or RTS or anything like that. I could replay an old Company of Heroes game, but I don't really want to play the old Company of Heroes when a new Company of Heroes is coming out. I'll have to take a look at what I want to take a look at. Okay, I'm going to crash the game now, aren't I? I'm going to crash the game. Please don't crash. I want to see the ending. I alt-tabbed. No. No, game, no. I just want to see the ending. Well, while you do that, I'm going to check on Steam. Empire at War. Empire at War. Yeah, we could replay an old Empire at War game. I think I've got it. I don't know how easy it'd be to run. I could do that. I could do Age of Mythology. But that's an old boomer game. Bit Age of Empire. No, Age of Mythology is a bit like Age of Empires, but set in the Greek setting with Greek gods and that. So I think RTS, building settlements and so on and so forth, but in the Greek mythos. It's got to be something that gets my attention. I'm not going to get too burnt out playing. Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, no, I can't play any but radio music in Grand Theft Auto. That's a shame. Dead Space. No, we're not playing Dead Space. Warlander. Warlander. No, it's PvP. What the hell is that? Dated 24th of Jan. Interesting. Maybe Warland on the 24th. Let's bring this up and take a look. Easily bypassed anti-cheat. Good game, pay to win. No. Is it actually an MMO? 100 people in a lobby. I'm glad it's an MMO. Solo mode to play against the AI? No, no one cares about that. We'll give Warlander a go when that releases. I don't see why not. I mean, it's free to play, so I'll give that bad boy a go. What else is there? Forspoken, lol, no. Command and Conquer Remastered. That's a point. There's any Command and Conquer games on Steam. Command and Conquer. Got Red Alert, Tiberian Wars, Kane's Wrath. Alright, we got a choice. We do Command and Conquer Red Alert 3, or we do Command and Conquer 3 Tiberian Wars. It'll be one of those two until Warlander comes out. Unless there's another RTS game I want. Would I like the Red Alert 3? I think it'll be quite a meme, but Iron Harvest, no, I saw the single player for that. It looks a bit bruh. I mean, it's a good game, but it's just not my kind of single player. Surprised they haven't got Command and Conquer. General Zero Hour, that was a great game. Command and Conquer's General Zero Hour was a great game. Let's go down to War Game. Let's try the War Games. Steel Crew, is that out yet? Yeah, it's out, but it's not going to be very good. That's for VR. Blood and Steel, no thank you. Lawless West, no. War, no, no, it just looks like it looks a bit like what is it called? War game, Red Dragon, just with a different coat of paint. No, is it done now? Ah, there we go. There we go. It took a while to load, but it's over. So plus 35. We are triumphant. After 4 years of constant battling and loss of many brave soldiers, the Confederates got what they wanted. The Union capital was conquered and the rebels achieved total victory. The President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, had to sign a peace treaty and accept all our, this is literal copium, had to sign a peace treaty and accept all our terms and include a complete independence of the Confederate State of America. A new page of American history opens for our newly formed nation while 7 foreign countries start to wish diplomatic relations by establishing embassies in your base. My story. The war between the states, your leadership and skill became a matter of national pride. Your men would follow you anywhere, and you returned home greeted with parades and great fanfare. These are the troops I did send in as cannon fodder in human wave tactics, but we won't go into that. The people of the great state of Virginia elected you governor by an overwhelming margin. Your skill at managing an army in the field will prove invaluable for managing an entire state. Oh, I want to become president of Confederate States, but never mind. Whatever. So, infantry, total losses 288,000 infantry, 17,000 artillery pieces, 9,000 cavalry pieces. A pretty large amount of losses. Total kills 671,000 infantry, 54,000 artillery pieces, and 24,000 casualties, along with 16,000 soldiers. So, altogether, a good ending. Well, a bad ending historically, but a good ending for us. Hey ho. As the we end as the governor of Virginia, and we achieve victory, and that ends the Confederate campaign. A really fun campaign. Let me just skip forward. A really fun campaign, but very difficult on the Brigadier General difficulty. Major General is, of course, your ultimate difficulty level, and you're just going to get clapped. You are going to get slapped about, and it's going to hurt, and you're going to cry. But for the Union, it's a much easier get time, especially late game, because you have copious amount of manpower. But for the Confederacy, you really do begin to struggle after Chickamauga, as you simply can't replace the troop losses, and you really going to be quite technical and rather clever of your positioning and what equipment you use and all that sort of stuff. So a really fun game. You see that for one campaign, it took me hours and hours and hours, and I highly recommend this if you've never played a game before and you do like Civil War games. It's literally a must-buy after, along with Grand Tactician, the American Civil War. But this is great if you just want to play the battles one by one. It means you don't have to worry about the economy or any of that lovely stuff, and so it's one of those few games where the linearness of the RTS does its favour. Because the AI is good enough to make each battlefield quite unique. I mean, the terrain may make certain battles quite repetitive in terms of what goes on, but in terms of the AI itself, because of the RNG in terms of enemy reinforcements and the elastic band mechanic, you can really have a fun time playing the game. But that's me done for the day. I'll see what I want to play tomorrow, but look forward to Company of Heroes 3 once that gets released, and Warland, I suppose. Adieu.